Good morning, everyone. I'm getting the ticker ready here. There we go. And let's see here. We want to do this one. Let's see here. All right, we got 2 watchers already. I hope we got good audio. I've got the comments up. I have the control room up. There we go. We got that going. 1 like, 3 concurrent viewers. That's good. All right. Okay, here we go. Today is going to be a long, boring day. So if you're not into sanding, I don't know what to tell you. Let's see here. We want to get this. And we will, good morning, Alexander. Greetings from Scotland. All right. Let me get this down this way. Because you don't need to see me, you need to see the sanding and the techniques that I do. Let's see here. All right. Today I'm settling in for a day of final shaping. And all the woodwork is done, except there's one last piece to do. And I've got that in the description. That's the cowl lining. And we're going to do that. But I've added the cowl doors here on the bottom. I don't know what they do on the real airplane, but they're on. The turbocharger has been added best as possible, and it's just a little off. That's all the way back at the end of the pipe opening here. We need to detail sand that. And I started on the cowl. Let's see, it would be easier to see it from the other side. If you look in this cowl here, I got the bottom, the cowl itself, opened up. Let me move these. And I've got to do that. Get these sides opened up before I can put the 64th ply on. So it's going to be just a matter of sitting here and grinding this out. So let me see here. We got this. get it close, and then I'll take the 80 grit glued to my finger and finish it off. On my last Thunderbolt, I left this all intact. I left it solid, figuring I needed the nose weight. And I did, because I painted it. It was heavy. But on this one, I'm not going to paint it as heavy. So we're going to try to get all the weight out of it we can everywhere. Try to refrain from it being tail heavy. Two likes, 5 viewers. That's good. If you have a question, you look at the bottom banner. If you have a question, just ask during the broadcast. Because as stated, this is going to be a long, boring process because I'm going to be sanding today. That's just the way it is. So, I'll take a piece of sandpaper here, glue it to my finger. C8 to my finger. I've showed this before. What I intend to get done today, I have a terrible earache from that welding accident that I had. I don't know why it started hurting like it is. We'll see how much I can do, but what I want to do is I'm going to Z-epoxy this. It's going to get fiberglass back to this cut line right here on top, and then the whole cowl gets fiberglass, but I need to get this wood lining put on first. And that's 100% of the woodwork done. Then there'll be some cockpit work, but let's see. Craig Biswick. Yeah, it is. It has been unusual on this build, but yesterday actually, started the real work. I noticed what you said on Stunt Hanger, Craig, about light airplanes and about watching my videos and what Ted Fancher has to say. They don't care how heavy they are. What I want you to do is build a 60-ounce airplane, big airplane like this at 60 ounces, and fly it in the wind. Then take your 70-ounce or 75-ounce airplane and fly that airplane in the wind, and you tell me which one's easier to fly. It's pretty simple. The only guy on there that says anything about it is Bob Hunt, because he can build a light airplane. Them other guys are incapable. Well, they're capable, but just don't care, I guess. Because I've talked to Brett about it. And, it don't matter. It can be 80 ounces. No, okay, whatever. You know, if you look at past NASTIC winners, they're all, 65 ounces. Yeah, but those guys with that same airplane at 55 ounces, how much better would they have scored? They practice a lot. And that has a lot to do with it. I'm not ever going to be a, top 5 fly. I just don't have the time to practice. Yeah, Bob's playing at the Nats with 66 ounces. Yeah. Ask him if he wanted it 56 ounces, though. Because if he finished it with dope, it would have been. But see, these guys are into alternative finishing methods. They want to use car paint. Here's what I'm doing. I'll give you a close-up. Taking all that out of here. Opening it up. A brick will fly if you put enough power on it. Remember this. Losing weight is free power. Now this is going to have a 75 in it, a PA-75. This is a 60 size airplane, but because of its size, it's going to be a little bit overweight, so we'll put the 75 in it to power it. Just because it can power it doesn't mean that it wouldn't fly better at 55. Just ask Billy about his 56 or 53 ounce Thunderbolt this big. I just can't build it that light because I don't have the wood. The year that I judged appearance points, and I was there at the scales when they came in, and I handled the airplanes, I could not believe how light that airplane was. 56 ounces. And the guys that can't build light airplanes say that light don't matter. But the caveat is I'm not a national champion or a world champion, so don't listen to me. Listen to those guys and continue to build heavy airplanes. We got so much work to do. So my advice to you about weight is to make it, good morning, Greg, to make it as light as you can, as straight as you can, as rigid as you can, and to be a whole lot happier than just throwing it to the wind and making it heavy. You can always put it on, but you can't take it back off. God, my ear's draining. Put that part of... Yeah, I don't need to reach further back in, Dan. I just need to reach right here. I might put a different grit on that finger. Okay, let's take it off and see how close it is. All right. I guess I better get the vacuum and not blow it all over the place. Yep, make her as heavy as you can. We have to line this with 64th plywood today. I should have done it earlier, but I didn't, so... We took John's Bearcat out of the rack. And, you know, I've been going over John's quite a few years. And I saw the Bearcat in the rack, and it looks nice. It really does. But speaking of weight, that's a 40 size airplane at 78 ounces. How good do you think that flew? That's why it's in the rack. Very nicely built. Very well finished. Looks good, but very portly. And then you got guys calling John up and arguing about our paint finishing method. Trust me, it's the lightest finish you can get. You're not going to get any lighter because you're not using any paint. time to change sandpaper positions. New piece of paper. God, don't let me screw this up. Yeah, look pretty good. Pretty good. So, get the vacuum and blow out some of the eighth inch. Yes, I'm using 1/8 inch gear wire. Okay. So we'll finish sanding this off in here with some 180. That'll be close enough. We'll put some super fill on it, or not super fill, Z-epoxy in there. This all gets Z-epoxy. There's so much work to do. You know, you think you're close, but you're a million miles away from it. I guess you're not close until you're putting fuel in it. Shoot. Shoot. Reposition. Elson Hausenoff. I don't speak Russian, so or Ukrainian. I'm sorry. I can translate it with Google Translate, but I don't speak Russian, so. But hello. Sabahadla. Oh, good morning. Translated it back to him, Dan. I got it right on this side, but I don't on this side. What's the deal? Let me take that ticker off the bottom. That's probably annoying you guys. Banners, brand. Banners. Hide. There we are. Brand. Banners. And we'll hide that. And we'll go back to that. Too many. Hey Dan, after this video, I'm going to make you a moderator on the YouTube side so that you can reply back to those guys for me. Because there's no way for me to get to that screen I need to get to translate. That way you could post videos to my channel if you wanted. You know what? I think I'm going to take some more off of that. Open that up some more. Damn. That's exactly where I didn't want to touch. Damn. Oh well, gonna have to fix that. Yeah, I'm gonna just go ahead and put the 64th on it and fill it with super fill. So, looks to me, this is about as far as I'm gonna go with this. We'll go on to 64th. Yeah. 64th plywood that was donated by Chris Everson. Okay. Now, if I put a 64th on each side, bottom, and on the cowl, that means that this is a 32nd bigger. So I have to drop a 32nd off the entire gap. Now there is a way around having to monkey with this, and that's being a smart guy and doing all this beforehand, but I didn't do that, so I'm going to block sand these all straight, a 64th off each side. I've done it a million times. It makes it straight. You're going to take your time. And if you do this beforehand, it's not nearly as difficult as what I'm doing here. If you build it with the plywood already on it, is what I'm saying. But I didn't, so I'm stuck doing this. But I believe my sanding skills are good enough to do this. And we got it straight. Sure wish I wouldn't put those holes in it to begin with. Then it would be perfect inside. I'll just have to super fill it. I mean, nobody's going to see it except you guys. But I like perfect. My dad used to say, Robert, it has to be perfect. Don't crack out of there on me. Okay. had a smaller block. What the hell happened to it? Oh, God. I need to take that one to work and cut it up. I don't need a block that long, but sometimes you do, so I don't dare, and you can't buy those anymore, so. Yeah, my ear is killing me. Okay, let's part of the trick here is to make this look like an ink line, not like a cowl line. Because we're going to incorporate this cowl line into our ink line. So it has to be perfect. Been on 38 minutes already. I got nothing done. Okay, that looks like it's going to work right there. Needs a little bit right there. I got a little bit of a super throw. Stupid fill. Yeah, that looks good there. Oh, thank you. Tell them thanks, Dan. Now, those Ukrainian guys, they do some good work. I don't understand what they're saying when I watch their channel, but I do understand modeling, and really good work. Okay, that looks like I got it probably close enough to at least start fitting the bottom. See what happens if you don't relieve it, this cowl will be raised up like that. It'll be jammed up, it'll be hard in hell to get on and off. So, how much we gonna need? We're gonna need get out my scissors. It has to be inch and a quarter wide. Could I have done it with less wood? Yes. But then you got to piece it together. And we don't want to do that. I want it all one piece. Morning, Kevin. Now comes the hard part. Well, let's get the other one cut first. I don't have any transfer screws made up, so I guess I could. Yes, how am I going to get that hole perfectly in this? Well, we're going to make, I'm going to make up a transfer screw. And I'll show you how to do that. The other side is easy because I can drill this right through it. This side's a little more difficult because there's no way to drill in that. Hang on a second, guys. I need about a 1 minute break. Okay, we got that sorted out. Now we're going to make the transfer screws. We got one, the other one fell on the ground. So, how am I going to hold it? That's the only thing. I have my little vice grip somewhere easily found. Thought I saw them. I guess I can hold it with pliers, maybe. Only need to make one. Only need to make one. That's on my little block. Got 180 on that, so that'll help when I get ready to sand those out. Now, if I could find my little vice grips, that would help probably a lot. Guess not. Okay, so I need to cut this head off of this. So we'll get the cutting disc on there. pin vise here. So all I've done is cut a 440 bolt, the head off of it. Probably too hot to hold. No, I can hold it. Now we're going to sharpen the one end of it. Not going to take me long to inspect that holding it though. Woo! So hot. Let it cool off for a second. Let's see, where is it? There it is. Are you guys learning anything? If not, I'm kind of wasting my time. Let's see here what happened to it. I just set the damn thing down. There it is. Okay, try again. Doesn't have to be perfectly sharp, just sharp. Well, it's not factory made, but it'll do the job. Okay, so what I've made is a transfer screw. So 440, got sort of a point on it. Let me work on that a little more. Maybe close enough. You just screw that bad boy down in there like so. Put it up here like that. And as my 11th grade shop teacher used to say, Mr. Franco, give it a tip tap. Yep. Give it a tip tap. That's one. This is the right, or outboard, we'll put out on it. So I don't get them confused. Hammer, where'd it go? There it is. In the honor of Mr. Franco, another tip tap. Okay, take this out. Yep. Yes, I is, huh? Like I say, that's a homemade transfer screw. It just transfers the location of the screw hole so I can drill a hole and have it in the right spot. Now we need a drill. Gonna need something bigger than that. I guess I better charge this battery. It's been about a year since I charged that battery. So 440 is an 1/8 inch. Let's use the next size up. So we got a little clearance. Clearance. All right. My Mexican drill press. And I'll clean it up with this. And locate it with this. Well, that's good. That's what I'm here for. Gotta learn something. I'll tell you what makes me happy is when guys like Jim Lynch learn from me, because he's older than I am and he's been building longer than I have, and he's still learning. So that's good. Let's see here. Now there's a break in this, and I'm not sure if I should cut it in or not, because it's so subtle that I probably can just, I can just tack it around. So we'll do it that way. Let me think about this for a minute. Thinking is a good thing. You know, I use this boom mic overhead. Is this audio quality okay, or should I move the mic closer, or what? I'm not using camera mics. I'm using overhead boom mic. Now we're not going to put no plywood on the back side of this because this is already light ply. However, I am going to take some balsa, a block of balsa, and back this up glue a chunk of balsa in there and sand that out so that later down the road I don't have any problem with those 1/8" dowels, because while they are hardwood, they're not really hardwood. They're just medium softwood, actually. I'll sand that straight when I get on that. Okay. All right, what do we want to do here? We've been on 1 hour. It'll be a long video today, guys. I'll okay, that's good. The Bob Ross is spinning plates. We're spinning plates today. I need to really catch up. Now you probably wonder, what's the rush? I got till next year. You're right, I do. I always start an airplane after the gnats. If you go back and look, I always have started an airplane after the gnats. And usually try to have it done by the first of the year, like around February, so I can start another one. This particular airplane, with the way it's constructed, if you go back to the Stuka Stunt days and see my Thunderbolt builds from Stuka Stunt, which is no longer in existence. I wish Leonard would have sold me the archives, but he didn't. It took 6 months to finish, so that's what I got going on here. It's going to be 6 months to finish, because I'm not in a big rush to get it done. I got 3 airplanes here and 3 airplanes back in St. Louis that are NATS capable. So, I mean, I got this one hanging up here. I haven't hardly put any flights on. The reason being is it flies okay. It'll probably come around and be a good airplane. It just, the canopy fogged, and I need to replace the canopy. So I'm not real happy with that. So instead of fixing it, I just built a new airplane. So I got an extra one. I mean, I got, I don't know, 3-5 flights on it. It flew right off the bench, you know, not a problem. Okay, let's glue this together. ear is draining. All kinds of liquid coming out of my ear. I didn't. Must have got some when I took a shower inside my head. Hurting like a bitch. I had a welding accident where a spark went down my ear and put a hole in my eardrum. Not good. So, I think I need to knock that knot off there. I got to do some grocery shopping today. We'll do that around 1 o'clock, so a couple hours. I got to get some saran wrap, so I better write that down. Has everybody seen my Superfill cowl trick for a perfect fit? So the sequence is line the cowl top and bottom with 64th plywood. Then take saran wrap and wrap the fuselage, and then trowel on Superfill along the edge on top of the plywood of that, and then bolt it back together and let it dry. And then when you pull it off, you just peel the saran wrap off, and you have a perfect fit line between the cowl and the fuselage. I've shown it before. I don't know what I've shown before and what I haven't, what you guys are grasping and not. But somebody said something to me that made a whole lot of sense. Teaching is reminding, learning is remembering. Yeah, more aggressive than that. Guess I could cut that with a knife. If I could find one. Thank you, Marcel. And let's see here. I'm anxious to learn the easiest way to mask for checkerboard. Well, you ain't gonna like that because I don't mask. I use my plotter. So unless you got a plotter, you ain't gonna learn much. I used to mask, but there's a lot easier ways to do things. So, well, this knife ain't gonna cut it. So let's do it this way. We'll get it close. See, I can't even move without bumping into something. Let me get this one glued down, and then I'll take the Dremel tool and buzz that off. So we want it sticking out right there. Yeah, you won't like that. But I'm not going to mask off checkerboards. Well, I had to go to the hospital. It burned a hole right through my eardrum. That was a year and a half ago or so. And this is the first time it's bothered me. But anybody that knows me knows I'm not a complainer. So it's going to take a whole lot more than a stupid hole in my eardrum to slow me down. My dad used to say, "Get up, you ain't dead yet." I'll tell you a story. This happened while working on airplanes in St. Louis. I kneeled down on the carpet and I was looking for something in the closet or whatever. And I twisted my body and I felt a super big burn in my knee. But I also heard a brrrr. And what I did was I tore my tendons from my knee, my right knee. And I called my dad up and I said, "Man, I told him the story. And I said, every time I kneel down, this knee burns like hell." He said, "Well, don't kneel down." So I didn't. And you know what? It fixed itself. I give no medical advice, though. Just what I do. Don't whine. It'll be all right. I've been a mechanic forever, and I cut my hands. I keep bleeding like a stuck pig. I keep right on working. I got a bottle of CA glue in my toolbox just in case, but can't afford to miss. Let's see here what we got. This. That'd be looking good. Now I'm going to make some noise because the Dremel's going to be squealing pretty loud against this plywood. But that's the way it goes. Got to get her done. So we'll trim this off pretty close to even with the side, and then I'll finish sanding it up. And then run the sander over to make them parallel, then turn around on the cowl and adjust accordingly. And then the last thing is the superfill trick to make the joint perfect, because I want that line to be just like a pen line, just like that line. Because part of building is to learn how to accentuate any mistake you have. Don't try to hide the mistake. Try to fool your eye. So if I'm going to be doing pen lines up, ink lines up here to make it look like panel lines, I'm going to use this line as a panel line. So this line here will probably run all the way to the back. So instead of drawing the ink line, it'll be the cut line and then the ink line, if that makes sense. I need a drink of soda. Talking for an hour straight. An hour and 15 minutes straight. Now, I know my buddy Dan better not be watching this in his easy chair. He better be out there in the garage sanding. He ain't never going to have an airplane for next year. Oh, I'll get to it. Yeah, okay. Okay. Get out of the damn chair, Dan. Get out in the garage. I'm telling you, come next year, you won't have an airplane unless you do. Now just bring it close. You don't want to finish this off until you're finishing it off with a cowl on, so you can hold the blocks straight so they match. sandpaper on this. Not cutting very good. Can just feel it. Probably a 64th sticking out. That's good. Oh, dug a hole there. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Get the secret cell out. Okay, let's put a new piece of sandpaper on this. Okay. All right. We're just happy with some new sandpaper. Yay. That cuts a lot better. Okay, let's do the other side. Bummer. Okay, that'll be good until we get the top on it. Bottom or whatever, the cowl. So, how do I want to do this? I guess I'll try to cut it with a X-Acto. Get it close and then sand it off. Well, we know that that a scalpel ain't gonna do it. Them things are weak. good for fine cut 16th inch scrap, but very weak when it comes to cutting wood. So this is an old blade. We need a new X-Acto blade. Where you going? Let's fall off the piano stand. Man, we be the coolest. Come on out of there. Yeah. We be the coolest, man. Okay. That makes too much noise, so we'll do it this way. Don't want the neighbors complaining. The mad scientist is grinding teeth at next door. guess I can turn that. Yes, we need a tube. We need a tube with some paper on it. Where's a big tube? Or maybe, yeah, here's a big tube. Yep, there we go. You can hear that's loose, so I need to glue that down. I never... Well, great, Don. Oh. Not many, this was all a secret for a long time. Everybody wanted to keep their edge. We have to glue this down. It's loose, so I need to get a little bit of CA. I don't know if I can whip that under there or not. We'll try it. I can do thin set, but then it has a chance to run down the threads, and then I'm screwed. And well, I do have a 440 tap. I can chase that insert. But yeah, I'm gonna have to. That's all right. Well, we got some CA in the threads. That's okay. I can find my ball driver, which I know is right here. There it is. So where did the tap handle go? Where did the tap handle go? There it is. And there, it's already got the 440 in it, so we'll put that one back. pretty good. Okay, I'm going to put this back. Let's keep that out because we know we're going to screw up the other one. Okay, get a drink of soda. Biggest thing you can get from my classes or my instruction is if it's hard, you're doing it wrong. So stop, regroup, and figure it out. That turned out pretty good. I mean, it's still got to be finished up, but one side down. We'll need to find that round tube and finish grinding that round. Thank you, Jim. Did you see my transfer punch? Okay. Let's see, what the heck am I doing here? What's going to be the easiest? What happened to that tube? There it is. What is going to be the easiest way to do things? Morning, it's 1 a.m. in the morning here in Australia. Just came in from workshop. Don't catch Sparky live much with the time difference, yeah? Well, live or after show, and everybody can always, message me or whatever on Stun Hanger, because that is the place. I try to answer all questions. I try to make my cowls as nice as possible. I aspire to be as good as Ted Fancher someday. I know him and I have big differences in the opinion on how things work. Of course, he has been a national champion. I'm not sure how much pencil whipping was going on, but I give credit where credit's due. Ted Fancher is the best cowl builder. Yeah, Jim, I I understand. Tape it twice, but he asked how I'm going to do checkerboards, and my checkerboards is going to be plot them out and stick them on. I used to do it the old way where you tape one row, every other row going one way, and then every other row going back the other way after it dries. Okay, let's cut this other side, I guess. We'll get to work on the other side. It's Jim. Jim is a good craftsman, Marcel or Miguel, or I don't even know how to say that. But anyway, Jim is a good craftsman. He's one of the judges at the Nats. You know, he's better builder than I am. Yeah, that'd be close enough to say, I suppose. See the bell crank suspension? Mick like Mick Jagger. Okay, Mick. McGill. Mick Gill. Okay, McGill. Michael? Close enough. Mick Gill. Well, I'm going to have to stand left-handed, so I'm going to have to sit down. Sit down. Michael. Okay. We had the Russian guys out there. If it wasn't for Dan translated, I'd never know what he said. Let me, I guess I'll switch. I need a third camera is what I need, so I don't have to move these around. So Marcel. Whatever, guys. Bill or George or John or anything but Sue. I built it one piece at a time and it didn't cost me a dime. The Johnny Cash Cadillac song. You know that Johnny Cash Cadillac song? I worked at a place. I won't tell you where because we had these things called takeoffs. Takeoff is when a new motorcycle would come in and they'd take the tanks and fenders off and we'd bolt new paint on them. And they'd throw that other sheet metal away or put in the, I mean, we had sheet metal everywhere. I said, hey man, service rider, hey man, what are you gonna do with all that stuff? Well, you can have it after we put it in the trash, or get used to get it out of the trash. I built a complete soft tail out of takeoff parts, less the frame and cases. All takeoff parts. So that was the Johnny Cash motorcycle. I sold it for 12 grand. Back in the day, I used to make money. Now I don't make any money. And they want to look, IRS wants to look at you for anything over $600. Well, I got news for them. I'm going to take all my money out of the bank. I think there's going to be a whole lot more people than me do the same. I'll be going back to the barter system. Is Fourth Work locked down? I have a parcel sitting there since the 20th that hasn't moved. I have no idea. The problem with Australia is Australia's locked down. John wants to send a package, and the postage is ridiculous, and they won't let it in the country. What it's going to take is for everybody to get pissed off and say, that's it, we've had enough. And I've been kind of a leader in a lot of things. I'm thinking about leading the movement. These guys are playing with fire, I can tell you that. guess I see if I cutting that off. I don't want to sand all that off. It's a 1/4 inch. Oh, and New Zealand. I don't know anything about New Zealand. Except it's right next to Old Zealand. Just being funny, guys. Just being funny. Okay, let's cut that off and see what happens. Just because I'm that kind of guy. Make it happen. You better draw a line on it before I cut it. Let's see here. That ain't right, but you got an idea now where it is. Okay, that's close. It says, good morning, Chris. We just went into lockdown again last night. For what? Delta, yeah, right. This is the global reset, guys. That's all it is. They broke the money, so now they're trying to figure out how to fix it. Bernie Madoff went to prison for it. The Ponzi scheme that he did. Let me tell you how much $1 trillion is. If I gave you $1 a second, or you gave me $1 per second, it would take 35,000 years at $1 per second to make $1 trillion. 35,000 years. If you don't believe me, look it up because I Googled it. And they're talking about $33 trillion. So that's 33 times 35,000 years. It's all bogus. I wanted to see, my mind couldn't grasp how much is a trillion. It's 1,000 billion. How much is a billion? 1,000 million. What's next? A gazillion? I'll just get these geniuses to spend us into this full BS. We're broke. We're out of money. Quit spending. For you young guys that are on my channel here, there ain't many of them, but I'll give you some insight on what's going on. When I was a kid, a bottle of Coke was a nickel, and they started charging a penny deposit, and it was 6 cents, and I thought it was the end of the world. That same bottle of Coke is $2. Same bottle of Coke, same size, same shit. Now it's $2 and up. I've paid as much as $3 before for it. 1974, I bought a 74 D100 Dodge pickup truck, $5,000, all decked out, air conditioning, power steering, power brakes, 318. Yeah, I know. That was $5,000. That same truck is 50 grand and up right now. Bible prophecy is coming. Buy and to no one be able to buy and sell. Cashless society, BS. I will not participate. I will go live in the desert. The only way this goes through is if we let them. Of course, there's not much we can do about it either. I mean, I never was much of a religious guy, but I'm starting to see that there's some real truth to the book, to the Bible. This has all happened before, or prophesied, or whatever. Somebody had it together, because it's all coming true. Talks about the did I get that? Yeah, okay. I never thought about the trumpets, but trumpets, just like Book of Ezekiel, talking about the flying saucers, and now that the UFOs and all, it's real. What are you gonna do? If the Christians are wrong, I don't know how to explain this. Let me see. If the Christians are wrong, it costs you nothing. But if they're right, it costs you an eternity. So I guess I better start paying attention. Yeah, look what's going on in this country right now. You guys need to elect me as president of the world. Just a month. I could fix it in a month. You guys wouldn't, some guys wouldn't like the end result, but it would be fair and equitable for everybody. I'll tell you that right now. You're talking about equity and all that other BS. My way would be right. There are only, well, I can't say that. Get my YouTube channel closed. So, I've been working on this 2 hours and I still am halfway. Yeah, I don't preach. I'm just starting to wake up, Jim. I don't know the Bible like some guys or whatever, but what I do know is enough to get me in trouble. But, like I said, if the Christians are wrong, it costs you nothing. If they're right, it costs you eternity. So I think I'm going to start paying attention a little more. Have fun while I'm here. Try not to hurt anybody. Okay. Okay, I need to blow my nose. Pulse of boogies. I don't know who's right. I don't know anything. But Jesus was a carpenter and I ain't too bad. I was watching a YouTube video about DNA. God, my ear is just ringing. Terrible. And it's hard to believe how closely we all are related. This is my giant fingernail file, just a piece of light ply. Cut it 1.25 inches. Okay, let's see if the cowl fits. Yeah. Looks like I might have to sand some more off there. Let's see here. Nope. Okay. Okay, we're halfway. Two hours halfway. Wow. Let's see here. Now, Wendy has a trick that he does, and it works, but I don't think it works as good as what I'm going to show you on this cowl. He jacks the 64th plywood up with toothpicks and fills it in with super glue. But we're just going to put the other piece of plywood on here. Let me see, I'm playing to the wrong camera again. Would be nice to have a video production. He jacks the thing up till they touch. We're just gonna put our 64th on here, put it together, and superfill it so they're perfectly matched. I think that's a better way. you know, results may vary. You may choose not to put the 64th ply on it. I wouldn't recommend it, but entirely up to you. Let's see what we got going here. So we need no more off of that. We need a little bit off these stops before I go too Alexander III, true welcome. I'm never going to be a communist. This Thunderbolt here has got to be at least twice as good as my 07 Thunderbolt. Just the woodwork. I don't know about the finish yet. I'll see what happens with that. Lighter already, I can feel it. Flat right there. Yeah. Now I don't work for the guy. I'm not sponsored by the guy or any of that. But you need to go to Amazon and order this book and read it. We better wake up before it's too late. I can tell you that right now. No problem, Jim. You're a good guy. All right, I need to take about a 5-minute break. I'm not going to end the stream, but I have to go to the water closet. So I'll be back as soon as I can. 5 minutes top. Let me no, I'll just let her go. Give me a break here. Okay. I should have turned off the sound. What happened? Oh well. The way it goes. I didn't think it would carry that far, but whatever. One of them things. All right, we got an hour until I'm going to go shopping. So that would be a 3.5 hour video. I mean, these videos are super long. I don't know how many people stay with me throughout the entire thing. But, there's really no way to capture the essence of what it takes to build a model airplane in a 2-minute clip. Yeah, I can do a 2-minute clip, but shit, if I did that, you'd never know what it took. Okay, so now we want to cut 4 more pieces of this stuff right here. Fortunately, we don't need a transfer. It's a pretty straightforward operation here. Yeah, take a dump. Oh well. What a life. I'll go back and edit it later. What was that? Why does the control line need ailerons? These are not ailerons. These are flaps in both directions. We're trying to optimize lift of the wing at any angle of attack. So when the elevators go up, the flaps go down. When the elevators go down, the flaps go up. So it's an equal and opposite reaction. So you're creating lift on both sides of the wing. This is symmetrical airfoil so that it flies equally the same, inverted and right side up. So a real airplane, the flaps go down. The flaps don't go up because they don't land upside down. I'm not sure about an acrobatic airplane, but I don't think so. Now, like an F-14 that had stabilators and ailerons, where the elevators went counter to each other, that's why they were so maneuverable. But they still didn't have flaps that go up, and it's slats that go up. Slats are the extension of the leading edge. So these are not ailerons, they're flaps, and they go opposite directions. And the lighter the airplane, the less flap you have to use, and the more that the airplane is going to appear to turn sharp instead of mushing in the corner. Great. Okay, so let's put this together. Oh, I remember telling you I wanted to put a little block of wood there, so I better put a little block of wood and sand that first before adding that. So we will get a block of wood. It's always best to kind of plan out your train of, your angle of attack or whatever before you just plunge into it. We don't need a whole lot here, just enough that 1/8" dowel doesn't break off on the inside. So 2 little dowels or 2 little blocks. Today you learned, huh? Well, that's a good thing. Now, why would it be like that? I'm gonna have to cut another one. They just don't want to look right. No problem. We have the technology. So we'll sand the end square first. Maybe I'll just sand it all square. Do you guys like these long videos? I mean, my metrics is not really high on these videos because people will get bored, Oh yeah, sandpaper is your best friend. That's absolutely correct. I can sand it better than I can cut it because I have more control. Okay, let's see what happens now. If I can make it work a little better. Now you see, I didn't like the fit of those other blocks. That one fits perfect. And we'll see how this one fits. Yep, I'll have to edit that out. Oh well, the way it goes, had to go. Had to go. I have no shame. Okay, we did it that way, and when I put the plywood on, we'll do it that way. So that's okay. Okie dokie. And I need to turn this around. Okay. Make it work. Okay, I got it tacked in approximate area. So now we use the thick set, the medium. Run a bead along there. Yeah, I want to know, here's a question for you. With all the intelligent people that we have in this country, how did all the retards end up in Washington? Climate change, global warming, global cooling. Climate changes 4 times a year, guy. We have a local program on Saturday. It's an ornamental horticulturist who takes calls and takes questions. And they were talking about plants and carbon. Man, I was so tempted to call in and ask the guy, what do plants breathe? And he would have had to say carbon. And what do plants give off? Oxygen. So if you do away with all the carbon, all the plants die. And then we got no oxygen. So all the people die. Dummies. See, there's a carbon monoxide bad, carbon dioxide good. Pretty simple. You can die from carbon monoxide poisoning. But it ain't the same. It's not the same. Like I say, we got all the dummies up there. Okay, I'll probably get booted from you. You can't say anything anymore without getting censored or free speech. A lot of of people ask me, why don't I censure Aviojet? I don't agree with anything he says, but he has the right to say it. The answer to poor speech is more speech. So, I figure that if guys want to know how it's really done, they're going to ask me. If they don't, they're going to read them stupid posts. That turned out good. Now, let's do the other side. Well, I always say I don't run the internet yet. I don't run the country or the world yet. I think I could make it a better place. My benevolent dictatorship attitude. The problem is, some people can't handle power. It goes to their head. Okay, I got this piece on here. Yeah, that's the problem. Those people who think they know everything are particularly aggravating those of us who do. Because trust me, I could fix this business. It's bullshit. You know, when you're a carpenter and all you have is a hammer, everything's a nail. When you're a mechanic and you got a whole box of tools for different situations, like I probably have, I don't know, 10 different hammers for different things. A hammer is just to move objects. A hammer is not to manipulate objects. Ouch. That's why if you look at Danny's trailer, he's a finished carpenter or whatever. He got a tool for everything. That's what you want. You want a guy that has a tool to get the job done right. One for everything. You don't want a guy that's a hammer mechanic or a hammer carpenter, because everything's not a nail. That's why some airplanes look like they're sanded with a rock, because they don't understand there's different sandpaper, different tools. You have to be able to delineate which tool to use for which project. Differentiate, I should say. Okay. Made the cowl 6 pounds heavier already. It did make it heavier. That plywood is not light, but it's okay. We're going to need the nose weight anyway. Very short nose. I'm hoping this cowl is around 1.25 ounces. I don't know how much it is now. We'll weigh it up. I can tell you this, doing this took a whole lot longer than I thought it would. Come on now, get in there. There it is. Perfect. Trust me, that's perfect. So drill 2 holes, screw it down, and knock it off on the outside, then finish off on the inside. What'd you say, Jim? Dot. I might not even have to superfill that. Probably will, but let's see what it weighs. Where's my scale? There it is. Probably way too heavy. It's a big cowl. A little over 1 ounce. Yeah, 1.25 ounces, so it weighs exactly what I thought it would, but it's a big cowl. It's 1 foot long or better. And we'll take this out, the inside out. That'll lighten it up. So it's about 1 ounce, I would say. And that's about what you're going to get. I mean, can't really ask for any lighter unless you build it out of carbon or glass or something. It is what it is. So let's drill a couple holes. Let's figure that out. There we go. There we go. If you don't have any Jim Lee hand drills, get some, because they're the handiest thing going. A lot of times you don't want to drill, so you're drilling through. You don't need power. You want to be able to feel it. So the Jim Lee hand drill works real good. Okay. I'm not going to put any separator there. It doesn't need it. Just plywood. Just hit it with the Z-epoxy and the Japanese tissue. So now it's together. Let's get a couple screws in there. That's that one. Yep, there it is. So the biggest trick I taught today, I don't like the sound of that. The biggest trick I taught today was the centering bolt, you know. Here's another secret. These thread inserts are brass. And if you hear it squealing, like I heard it squealing there, it's galling up. If you gall it up, a steel screw and a brass sleeve, threaded sleeve, you're done. Did you hear it squeak? You'll never get it out. So just cut the threads again. Just a little bit of advice. If they get cross thread and you force it 1/2 a turn, you might as well tear it up because you just screwed it up. I will run this through on this side again. We got plenty of time. I'm not going to leave for half an hour for Wally World. Oh, do you hear it? I don't have any tap oil, and I wouldn't use tap oil on this anyway because it's balsa, and we're going to be painting. And the worst thing you can do is have any type of oil, especially WD-40 with silicone in it, around dope. You'll get fish eyes and adhesion problems and so on and so forth. So let's see how that works now. Still got kind of a squeak to it. Must be that bolt. But it wasn't being forced in, so. Come on now. I will work, fiddle, fart, and adjust with this until it's absolutely flawless because you don't want to have to dick with this out at the field. Perfect. Okay, now let's I'll bring you in for a close-up look on how we're going to knock that plywood down, and it's a perfect fit. Trust me, it's a perfect fit. Perfect is good. Take your time. Man, long ways to go. What we got going on here? Maybe I'll cut it. Trim it with the knife. Put a groove right there. Bummer. Yeah, I'm gonna keep sanding. What do I know? What do I know? Okay. I need a new soda. Still got my water in the car. I don't think we're going to get to doping today. But I should be able to complete all woodwork today. I need to make 4 64 skins for wheel doors, some basswood pieces, a little tinkering woodwork, but main body of this pretty close to done. Now, if you look right there, there's a little tiny hole right there. Would you super fill it? No. We're going to carve a 16th piece of balsa wood, stick it in there, hit it with some CA. It's twice as fast and half as, and lighter. You know what? Maybe I'll take this off and grind it close to the cowl side so I don't have to struggle so hard. Oh, crapola. still got to put a hole here and a hole for the needle valve. So, how long would I say it took to make this cowl? I'm going to give you a figure that you guys are not going to believe. This cowl, I would say I've got 3 hours in it just today and finishing. This cowl took 15 hours to make. And you say, well, why 15 hours? Well, I first had to make the mold. And that was a big project. That was done in 04, but I still had to make the mold. Then I had to cut out the skins and wet them, wrap them with, get them on here, splice them. So we'll say that's a couple hours. Then I had to fit it with the blood. We got 2, 4, at least 15 hours in this cowl. At least. Could you get a kid to sit down for 15 hours to do anything? No. I'm just getting it closer to the edge so I don't have to dig into this like I did in that one spot. If you happen to make a mistake and dig into the side of the fuselage, don't panic. It's not that big a deal. This is all going to be fiberglass anyway, so... Yeah, we got... Maybe I'll do that after I come back from Walmart. Do the fiberglassing. We'll get that drying up while I sand on the rest of this stupid thing. Okay. Now this Jim started to say something. I don't know what it was. I guess it couldn't be too important. Either that or the stupid stream died. Are we still on? It says 15 watchers. But okay, I guess you guys don't love me, so. To be a good model maker, you have to believe that you can do anything. Once you believe it, you just got to figure out how to do it. Now, I tell a story. I don't know it's a true story, but I don't know if I've told it in a while. If you go back on in the gallery, you can see an airplane that I sold to Fox Manufacturing, which was what the hell was that guy? John Lowry. It's called the Sorcerer. It was a OS-32F. This is in the early 90s. OS-32F. I was the first one to use those. Other people have taken credit for it, but I basically kind of developed it. My stop, Randy. Anyhow. It was a side to rear exhaust. Bob McDonald made me a header out of a gas pipe, gas fitting or whatever. And it was ridiculously heavy, just super heavy. And that header was almost 2 ounces, just the header. Anyway, I wanted an aluminum header, and they didn't make that stuff. So I'm not into making headers or whatever, but I knew it was possible. So I got the aluminum tube, soft aluminum tube, trying to bend it, and I bent it, but it kinked. So I said, how am I going to bend this? Well, I know the guys that know how to bend that. So I called NASA in Florida, Cape Canaveral. And I asked to speak to one of the engineers, one of the guys that worked there in the space lab or whatever, building the rockets or whatever. And I told him who I was and what I was doing. I said, I'm just a guy, model builder. If you talk to people the right way, they'll help you out. I'm just a model builder, and I'm trying to bend a piece of aluminum tubing around a mandrel, and it keeps kinking. How do you guys do it for the space shuttle? And he said, that's easy. We fill them with nitrogen. I said, I don't have no nitrogen here. He said, well, there is an alternative. And if you ever hear anybody say, well, you fill it with water and freeze it, BS. Can't do it because the ice cracks. Anyway, I said, how do you do it? He said, you could fill it with bismuth. So what's bismuth? He said, it's a metal, low melt metal. It melts with hot water. I said, I don't have any of that. He said, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll send you an ingot of bismuth. I think I still got it in my toolbox. And you just heat it with hot water, plug one end of the tube, pour it in there and fill it up, let it cool off till it's a solid bar, and bend it on the mandrel, then heat it with hot water and pour it out. I said, man, that sounds cool. And it worked. It worked good. What the moral of the story is, I had the desire to have that header that nobody made, just like the propeller I'm making. Nobody makes that prop, so I just make it myself. I had the desire to have that header, and at all cost, I was going to get that header. And I searched out the answer. And anybody can do it, anybody. All you have to do, just like he gave that tube to bismuth. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I gave it to bismuth. You look up bismuth in the periodic charts or whatever. You look it up on the internet. Just search bismuth. It's a low melt metal. I didn't know where to buy it or anything, but he sent it to me, so that's all I needed. And I gave it to bismuth. I go to machine shop sometimes, you know, if I need something done or whatever, and I explain to them what I'm doing. Some guys are interested, some guys are cranky, but if you get a hold of the old guys, they're helpful. I gave it to bismuth. Just like pipes and stuff like that. I didn't know how they were made. I do now. I know how the carbon tanks are made and props and everything. You know, it's something that when I grew up as a kid, I didn't have a whole lot of money, so I had to do everything myself. My dad would say, "Figure it out." Best thing he ever did. Figure it out. You can do it. Then World War II guys were an entirely different breed than we have today, that's for sure. Figure it out. Okay, 1-3. It's better weigh this and see how much this takes off. One, 3, 5. We are truly losing a lot when we lose the greatest generation, and they're almost all gone. When I was in the Navy, I used to go to a place called Helen's Beach House. And Helen Burns was about 80 years old. But her father used to sit at the bar. His name was Mr. Bilyeu. He was 103 years old. And the thing about Mr. Bilyeu, he couldn't see. He'd walk down the middle of the street with his hand over his eyes, following the white line in the middle of the street. The thing about Mr. Bilyeu is he was sharp as a tack. I would say, "Mr. Bilyeu, would you repeat the poem Dan McGrew? Look that up sometime, how long that poem is." And he never missed a lick. I love that guy. He was great. Mr. Bilyeu. If you go online and look up Helen Burns, you're going to find she was the queen of the Salton Sea. She had the Helen's Beach House. And Mr. Bilyeu, he was a smart dude, man. Used to talk to him about all kind of things. If young guys would just pay attention to half of what the old guys said, you'd learn something. If you break a steering rod or idler arm or something and you can't get one, take it to a blacksmith. Old guys in the blacksmith shop fix you right up. Hammer mechanics. They can do it. There's a hard spot right there. This is dangerous. Don't do this. I do a lot of dangerous stuff. Yeah, you could definitely hurt your private parts. Or cut your leg or whatever. I don't have any place to work, so I gotta do with what I got. I want to get it done. I'm sure Mr. Billiard's long dead. About everybody from down there dead. All my friends are dead. So I gotta make new ones. I'd be dead if I continued down the path I was on. And a lot of people know I'm a friend of Bill W. And if it wasn't for airplanes and Bill W., I wouldn't be alive. No way. No way I was headed for sheer catastrophe. Well, did we take a 1/4 ounce off of this thing? I sure hope so. Okay, let's see. Maybe. It's just slightly over an ounce. 31, 28, 3 grams over. So by the time I whittle this out of here, it'll be 1 ounce. That's perfect. You're not going to get it any lighter than that. Not a cowl that big. We still have 17 people watching. I wonder how many people have been on here from the start. Chime in if you've been on here since I started. No, he didn't show me his new pattern master. Haven't seen any pictures of it. Pattern master's got too thick of airfoil, in my humble opinion. Takes too much power to drag that thing around. It's a big mama. But a lot of guys like them. Cardinal is a pattern master. You know what? Let's whittle that up and stick that in there so it goes away. That hole bothers me. So to fix that, we will take a stick of 16. It actually needs to be bigger. What's that? Is that? Yeah, that's good. But I would love to see all these pictures of airplanes you guys have built after watching me to see if I'm doing any good. I can tell you this, Nat's quality is going up. So they may not give me any credit, but I know they're watching because some of this stuff is done like I do it. And we won't monkey with that. So let's hit it with a little kicker so it doesn't glue itself down. Shoot. Now how the heck did that happen? Oh well, we'll work on it later. Stupid Phil. We've been on 3 hours, 24 minutes. We're going to finish this cowl today. Holes, motor, glow plug hole. I'm going to fiberglass it and everything. I am going to make a video of the highlights of all the 100 videos of this build for my subscribers. So if you're a paid member, look for that here. I'll probably do that this winter when I'm not working on this. It will take just as long to edit the video as it did to make the video. Okay, let's see how it looks. How did it come out? Why is that over? Is it an optical illusion or what? It's not an optical illusion. I think we might need some locating dowels in the nose here because it wants to pull over a little bit. Wish I wouldn't have glued those things on there. Too late now, though. I've made your bed, you gotta lie in it. To work around them. Let's see here. Yeah, we're gonna need to superfill it. Didn't turn out quite perfect, but it will be. Stupid Phil. Wendy probably used Bondo. Sando the Bondo. I'm beating the crap out of these things. Okay, let's see here. An RC builder. Great. Yeah, a lot of people don't understand that everything I do here relates to RC. It's the same thing. I wish I could get more of the RC guys over here, but you know what? RC guys don't build. They buy foamies. Back in the day, everybody built. If you wanted to fly, you had to build it. This is good here. I still got just a few thousandths right there. I'm probably going to have to wait till I harden it up with fiberglass. Yeah, that's pretty much got it. This line here is not quite perfect, but we'll get it perfect with superfill. when you're building something round, the biggest thing that will make it look like crap is facets. Cool. You don't want any flats. If you have flats, when the sun catches it, it will look terrible. I mean, absolutely terrible. I had some flats up here, and this nose was pretty hard to do, so I didn't do it on camera. I just sat here and I started candling it and knocking the high spots off, and I'm still gonna have to work on it a little. But remember, the nose is the focal point of your airplane. You want the darn thing as super nice as you can get it. Now, this is a round airplane, so it has to be round. It doesn't want to look like a diamond. Ooh, scared me. What happened to that little roll of paper? We got a new soda, so there it is. I'm in all kinds of plane builder. ¿Qué onda, Fernando? Brandick? ¿Qué pasó? I had that $20 diamond burr in my hand yesterday from the woodcrafter shop, and I put it back on the shelf. I should have bit the bullet and bought it anyway because I need it. Okay. Yes, sending a key. Mucho sendo. ¿Qué es esto en español, sanding? Something probably. Well, Solidaro is welding, so gotta be. I'm not sure. I don't know what it is. I'll have to look it up. Sanding in Spanish. ¿Qué es eso? Esto. ¿Qué es esto? ¿Libra? Let's see. Lajar. Lijar. I don't know. I have to listen to it, I guess. Lijar. Yeah. ¿Qué es esto en español? Lijar. Sendo the bando. Got a Spanish lesson going here. Spanish is a tricky language because they got different words for different things, like a napkin, servilleta or toalla, same thing. Cerillos, fósforos, same thing, matches. I took Spanish in school, in high school. Totally useless. I have never said not one phrase that they taught me. They teach you, hola Isabel, ¿cómo estás? Estoy bien, gracias. ¿Y tú? Nobody talks like that. Lijando. Lajar and lijando. I'll have to get the correct pronunciation. Lijando is sanding. Okay, great, thanks. I'll look it up. I guess I could look it up right now. Right here. We go right. Modern technology is great. Let's see. I know I got it on here. Oh, there it is. I need to put that on the front page. Enter text. English. Spanish. And we're going to put in sanding. S-A-D, sandpaper. P-A-P-E-R, go. Okay, let's hear what it sounds like.
Papel de lija.
They say what? Lijar. Say it again.
Papel de lija.
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 De lija.
Papel de lija.
De lija. Papel de lija.
Papel de lija. Papel de lija.
I'll work on that. Sandpaper, papel de lija. Papel de lija. Let me see if I still remember that. Martillo, I think. Yeah.
Martillo.
Hammer, martillo, yeah. Impala, shovel. clavos, nails, llaves, keys, llantas, wheels. I did sanding, de lija, sandpaper, papel de lija. So sanding is de lija. Come on.
Martillo.
Yeah, I wanna. Never mind. SANDING. Go.
Lijado.
Lijado. Okay, lijado. Sand.
Lijado.
Terminó 2 años El Codones, México. San Luis, Rio Colorado, on la frontera.
Lijado.
Lijado. Okay. We'll figure it out. I had to learn how to kind of navigate. Where's the bathroom? Give me a beer. Hey, girl, come on over here. Just whatever. That's been. I could speak pretty good Spanish 40 years ago. Now, not so much, but I don't think, I figure it out. What gets me is when them Cubans and the Puerto Ricans Tejado, yeah, been sanding. I'm just getting started. Just finished off a major portion of the woodwork. We gotta get that glass. I guess I'll stay on another 15 minutes, and that'll be a 4-hour session. And I'll go take a break and be back later on this evening. Thank you all for the ones who have stayed here through the whole thing. It's good for my metrics. I don't expect people to stay 3-4 hours unless you're out in your shop sanding, Danny, where you should be. It's a rather boring thing to do, watch somebody else build, but if you're building and you don't have any company, that's why it's kind of neat when I go over to John's house, because as kids, me and a guy named Rob Gow and Ken Pasco, John Martin, we all built together. That doesn't happen anymore. Danny Napolitano and I built together a lot. You hear them airplanes go off in the schoolyard? Like a rocket, we'd be down there. What's going on? I don't remember ever calling anybody to go flying because you could hear them in the school. You wee, bang, and get your airplane, get your shit, and get out there. That's back when it was fun. Now you gotta drive to some obscure park and be out of the way, and that's why it's dying. Because somebody doesn't like the way it sounds on a Sunday, but they'll run their weed eater at 5 o'clock in the morning and but it can't handle 5 minutes of airplane. Great. I cleaned up the shop, had breakfast, got my stuff ready to go to the field. A good morning so far. Yep. Well, we've done pretty good so far on getting the cowl fitment. I mean, it's not perfect yet, but it will be. It just takes an inordinate amount of lahio, sanding. Lahio. We gotta keep sanding. When you get it sanded and you think it's done, sand it again and stand back and look at it, and you're probably going to be sanding 2-3 more times. And that's what you need to do for a decent finish. There is no magic bullet. You have to put in the sweat equity to get a unique aircraft. You can buy one. You can buy a ready-made Yatsenko. You can buy a Blue Max. You could buy an ARF. But when you set that down on the field next to my airplane, first off, you can see the difference in quality. And can you really take pride into something you didn't build? You assembled it. People say, well, I built a SV-11 from Brodak. No, you didn't. You put 5 parts together. You didn't build anything. Some Chinese kid in a sweatshop making 2 cents an hour put it together. I'll say this for them. They do have it down to a science. They got it figured out how to make the product sellable. Now, if they had somebody there that could know how to sort out wood and get light wood and they probably could get a lot more for their ARF if they put in good wood. But when every one of them comes out at 70 ounces, that ain't no good in my book. Okay. just beat the crap out of that thing. I guess I can slice it, cut it off, and put a little piece in there and just re-sand it. What the heck did I do there? Just like that. That's how I did it. 6 minutes more and we're going to shut it off. And I'll be back after I go to Walmart. I mean, I wouldn't really have to go to Walmart, but I like to have my treats. I normally go on Saturday, but when the car is full of airplane crap coming back from John's, there's no way I can do it. We're going to need some sand in there. Lots of sand in there. I think this thing needs a good once over the whole thing. Pretty close. Better stop. Yep, Sando de Bando. Well, do we have any questions for the last 4 hours work? I got quite a bit done. I got quite a bit done. I got the cowl fitted, finished. What else did I do? I knocked out all the heavy stuff inside. Still going to be working on that a little bit. We got a pretty good Pretty good start on the inlet. Hey, John. Sendo demando. Yes, that's a keyboard stand. There you go. There's down inside there. You remember I was going to quit building airplanes and teach myself how to play the piano. So Steve Hines brought me a piano. I didn't have a stand, so I bought a stand and a stool and a pedal and stuff. The piano is way too hard. I'm too old to figure that out. So went back to airplanes. Well, I got a stand. What am I going to do with it? I put some pool noodle on it, and now we got an airplane stand. So that works good. Four hours of sanding. So when we come back, I'm going to fiberglass the nose here. I think it's pretty close to being ready to glass. And I'm going to fiberglass the cowl. That'll dry. And I'll have some saran wrap, and we'll do the superfill trick after the cowl is dry and been sanded. Or maybe I should do that before. Maybe I'll do that before I do the... No, I can make more headway with the glass. Let's see, we got this. I wonder what's in this box here. I'd like to find my ring. I'd like to find my super tiger. It ain't in there. Oh well. My watch is around somewhere. Yeah, I will, but I can tell you right now, they're just cheap Harbor Freight junk. You could spray an airplane with a bug sprayer and get a good job. But yes, I'll give a rundown on paint equipment. All right, guys, thanks for watching. I'll be back in a couple hours, and we'll continue sanding. I need to clean up this mess, and I need to go to Walmart. So, fair winds, tight lines. We'll see you later. Keep building.